Okay. Yeah, so like I do think it needs to be said as to what's going on with this game and its reception. Actual fans are really happy with it, but pretendos and people who thought this was going to be like the typical AAA schlock are not. And that's just the discrepancy just summed up very very simply. It's a good game, but it's just way too
They were searching for a way to turn
it's way too niche for general audiences. Like I have been noticing that a lot. Is that a lot of major YouTubers are dropping this, but are shitting on it because it's not something they can milk content off of outside of like the hate cycle, which is not gonna survive much longer. It's already dead, honestly. Like everyone's kind of clowning on DSP for dropping it. He didn't even get that far in, you know. I think he started playing it last night. It's just embarrassing to see how many people are like trying to downplay this. But yeah, a lot of people like it really does feel like enough people are like pushing back against it where people are beginning to notice the patterns when it comes to like Nintendo release cycles, how like all of these YouTubers come out and just say it's the worst thing ever, and yet like it's never actually true. Like this might be the major turning point for that to lead people to kind of reject the gaming YouTuber community and how they typically treat games like this. Because like this is the thing a lot of people don't understand. Like the assumption going into this was that this was going to be a big major AAA game on the same level of quality as like Breath of the Wild and the like of that. Metroid's never been as big as Zelda. This is more like Luigi's Mansion 3 or Bayonetta 3. Lower budget games for a niche audience. Um, that are around like that sell around like the million mark. Like that's good for a Metroid game. Like Metroid has never been a AAA property in the sense that people think it has think that it is. Yeah, yeah, we've been doing this for a while. Man, I don't know what's going on with my yeah, I'll probably have a sandwich later. Like I eat and then I constantly like feel hungry again. It's really weird. I'll just have a sandwich in like 4 hours or something with like lettuce and spinach. Like I don't know. I've been working out a lot lately, so I don't know why. Like I don't know if there's something wrong with my recovery or like I don't know. Yeah, maybe I should just spend like I don't know, like a week just fasting. Because that tends to be when like I feel like the best is when like I just fast for a bit and just overcome all my like hunger addictions. Like I do feel like I just need to like detox or something. I don't know. It's just been like yeah, so DSP dropped this game apparently. So people are like making fun of him for it. And honestly, that might be like a big thing to get like normies to realize that like the kind of person who drops this game. like I'm very interested in seeing why he dropped it. It could have been for something as silly as like not getting enough support, but yeah, like people like DSP, people like Synthetic Man, they have no credibility when it comes to reviewing Nintendo games. Like if you shit on everything that comes out, like nobody's gonna respect you like for something like this. I think that's kind of where we're at now, where people have seen about Pokemon so much that nobody really takes. the general YouTubers' opinions on it seriously. Like, just look at what happened with ZA, right? Like, that game got like more hate than this did at launch, and that game ended up being super successful. So, I think this is going to be a really interesting like case study as to how like um YouTubers can't really influence anything, because I keep seeing them do things like, oh, I plays more like a Zelda game. Yeah, like every other Metroid Prime game. It's like it's really interesting seeing how like people are like making statements like that and expecting it to like have any kind of impact. It's like embarrassing. It really is. Like, the PC community in general is like pretty anxious to downplay this, and it's just not gonna work. Like even if they were to downplay this, like we already had air riders, so it's like, I'm seeing so many of them act like, oh, Nintendo fans are desperate for a W, and I'm just like, we just got air riders. I'm still playing air riders. Like, I still have things to do in air riders. It's like it's interesting because like we're getting so many games like so quickly that it's very, very difficult for like the community to like downplay any of them. It's remarkable. And meanwhile, like we're still playing like Mario Kart World and like Bonanza and all that. Like it's kind of insane, honestly, where we're at this stage. And I don't know. Like, people really think that if they were able to downplay this, they'd be able to like ruin the Switch 2 somehow. Even though this isn't even a Switch 2 exclusive. It's embarrassing. I think they hate all Nintendo games. Yeah, that's kind of my perspective on this too, because I think they've kind of shown their hand too much. Like, I really don't think anything would have made them happy, really, because like they're doing this thing like, oh, I wanted like a Metroid game, but it is a Metroid game, but like, oh, I wanted it to be like it's it's always like but like they just keep making excuses for their nonsense. Basically, where the hell am I? Oh, this is okay. Like so many of their copes have been refuted by like everyone that like they just keep like, I don't know. It's kind of remarkable, honestly. Yeah, I think most people like, I'm perfectly willing to acknowledge this isn't as good as like a lot of other Metroid games, but like it's certainly not bad either. I like a lot of the changes they've made. It's like, for me, like all the problems with it basically amounted to like to it obviously being rushed. Like, if they had like padded at like if they had like had like about 10 hours more of 10 more hours of content, like that would have really, I think, done a whole lot for them. But an NES boomer, yeah. If Nintendo fans are desperate for a W, what are Snoys? I know, right? It's like the Switch 2 as a whole has been a W. We've had nothing but W's all year. And like guys are like acting like this is some big like Nintendo killing thing. Like, no, it's not. Yeah, like I've been seeing a lot of that lately, of like people trying to act like this is nothing like NES Metroid. Like, yeah. So it's like it's just such a weird, like, I don't know. You just can't take these people seriously. Like, they're just trying to cause controversy for no reason. I'm very curious at what point it's gonna collapse, honestly, because like the way it looks now is that more and more people are like starting to catch wind of the grift. Like, I've gotten like tons of views for like my Metroid Prime 4 videos, specifically the ones where I emphasize how like everyone's lying to you about it. Like, that really resonated with a lot of people. Like, because like I I've said this before. Like, I have criticisms of this game, right? Like, I have issues with it, but like you'll never see the Pretendos have my criticisms of this game. Like, because like because like I actually played it and I actually have firsthand experience with it. Like, they don't. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it really feels like we're kind of witnessing the end of like pretendo culture. It's like these people are becoming a parody of themselves at this point. and people are kind of clowning on them for it. It's really cool to see. Yeah, the Game Awards is Thursday, so I think I will stay home that day and react to it because you just know they're gonna try and like do everything they can to like downplay this game and everything else they did. It's worth noting that like Air Riders was very well received, and this one was very controversial, and yet both of them got like 80s on Metacritic and are getting no acknowledgments at the Game Awards at all. Like I don't know. I really don't want to do it because watching the Game Awards is just so painful for me, but it's just people want to see me do it and like um yeah, I really should do like man, I have not I did like the I did the list of like the Luigi Awards like last night, and I didn't actually take the time to edit a video today. I made a bunch of like unscripted videos, but I didn't edit anything, so we'll have to do that like at some point. I don't know, maybe we'll do it tonight. I don't know. I mean, we're still finishing Metroid Prime 4, so maybe the ending will make it so. Maybe the ending will be so terrible it makes my list. Like I guess that's possible, but yeah, this definitely isn't one of the. Am I doing it right? Mario will be on PC next year. It never has been. No. Yeah, I noticed someone on Twitter kind of point this out. So I think this is becoming a more mainstream opinion. Like the emulation thing is just a cope to try and drive people away from Nintendo consoles. Like that's kind of all it is just like a method of downplaying them and pretending they're not competitive or relevant when in actuality they totally are. Like this game does not run well on Switch emulators. Last year's Mario and Luigi's and the transition to a normal stream. Did I do that? Like I don't remember. How did I do that? Oh, did I have? Oh yeah. I started the stream up after it ended. Okay, yeah. I don't remember doing that. Yeah, they might be a week apart this year because I haven't put together my top 10 best list yet. I only just now did the worst list, and I think what I want to do now is just finish it, edit it, make it good, and then kind of like then start thinking about the best of the year. We all know what's going to be number one. I don't know. I'm curious where this is going to be on the list because like I'm having trouble like I'm having trouble deciding whether or not this is better than Bonanza or not because like Bonanza I put like 60 hours into and had a really good DLC. Um like there's so many things to like about Bonanza, the unique mechanics. But like I think I had way more fun with this, honestly. And that's just kind of my like the point of contention I have now is that like Pokemon Legends EA was like 50 hours and yet like I don't think I liked it as much as I don't know. I grew to love that game over time. I don't know. I'm not sure where I'm gonna rate these games. I know what my number one is, but I've actually known it for months, but I haven't really yeah, like I think there's probably like an easy way to get a bunch of like green emeralds and like nobody's just doing it. That's what I think is that like you're supposed to collect because like I've seen green emeralds in like dungeons and stuff like that. In like the shrines and like all over the map. So I think like there's probably just an easy way to grind them, but for this, but like Miles like hinted there was something like that, but
I wonder if there's some place in Soul Valley where a bunch of green energy crystals are clumped together.
yeah, I think everyone's like really enjoying this game. Like the only people I see really seething about this are PC gamers. And it's just that's probably because they can't emulate it, honestly. But yeah, like the way it's looking now, like this game is better than like the game whatever like actually wins Game of the Year at the Game Awards, I think. Like cuz it's definitely better than everything that's gotten nominated. Hmm. Man, imagine how much people are going to see if like Bonanza wins. Like people are going to like are going to freak out. Like they're not going to like that at all. But it's probably not going to. I totally see like uh Jeff shilling for something nothing cares about. I mean, I think that's going to be the trend going forward. Is that like as Sony like becomes irrelevant, like Jeff will more and more like start shilling for like corporate indie games, like stuff like Hades 2 and Silksong and stuff like that. Because that's probably where like the most of his business is. Like Nintendo doesn't really need him, but like the indie devs do. So I mean, like one of the reasons I don't want to watch the show is because every year he gets like Sean Murray on stage and he's like, "Oh, he fixed No Man's Sky," and it's just like it's just such a giant cope. Yeah, so it's Sunday now, right? So it's like 4 days away. Yeah, what really gets me is like how many people are like trying to tell you the bosses in this game are bad. Like I'm just laughing in their faces. Like, bro, these bosses in this are like way better than they are, and I think any other Prime game. Like maybe twos are better. Like, but two has like top notch bosses in general. Like the bosses are one of the best things about this. I would say. Has anyone else seen that cope that people have come up with? Like the idea that like the Federation characters are like the real protagonists, and Samus is like the side character in this game, which is like obviously ridiculous, but that's like that's something they straight up like try and tell you. Like I don't know, all the copes people have about this just don't make any sense. And like it's uh, Griffin Gaming, yeah. I don't know. Like most people, I think are pretty fond of Miles. Honestly, like Miles is probably the best character. Like objectively, yeah, I like Takabe and like V more, but like Miles actually has like he contributes. He does all this stuff. Did you see people try and say that like Navi was annoying and that like people hated her? Like, and it's just like, yeah, that was never a thing. Like that was like an internet meme. Like, like the Navi. Like, yeah, I was wondering why like the Miles hate rubbed me the wrong way. And it reminded me a lot of how people treated Navi, where like people like tell you she's annoying, and that she tells you how to play the game, and it's like No, like she barely talks unless you like engage with her. It's just such a weird thing. Like the parody version of like Navi, where she's just constantly going, "Hey, look, listen," like that's not a real thing. Like she doesn't do it incessantly like that. And Miles is the same way. Like I find that really interesting. How like these stupid fan parodies like kind of warp people's perspective on this stuff. And the more I read it on this bike, the more I like it. Like it's just kind of satisfying. You know what I mean? Yeah, like the fact of the matter is, these guys are like obsessed with like downplaying this game because they think it's like the big Nintendo release of the year, but it's not even close. Like I think people are gonna try and spin it as like the Air Riders did better because this was such a failure, but like in actuality, I always maintained that like Air Riders was gonna do way better than this. Yeah, I know. Yeah, like if you want more detailed instructions, what you're supposed to do is call Saria. Oh, hang on, and she'll do it. She'll tell you. She'll be more specific about things. I always like I never understood that. Like, how the hell does Saria know all this like shit about the world? And she gives like really interesting like lore as well. Like at one point she talks about like I don't know. It's interesting because you get a sense of her personality more when you call her with Saria's song as opposed to like your actual interactions with her because like she actually like talks about I don't know like all sorts of things. I really should go through all of her text boxes again. It's been so long since I've like done it. I can't even like come up with any examples. Oh, here we go. But yeah, like it does need to be said that these guys aren't fans, and that's why they have so many like ridiculous hot takes about this because like actual fans, um, like have actually played Prime 2 and 3. You know, it's like simple stuff like that. Like so many of the people who are spurging out about this, like have made it very obvious that like they're not familiar with the IP at all and like don't know anything about it, especially Federation Force. Like, how many people do you know who like? How many people like are even acknowledging that Federation Force was like came before this? Like everyone's trying to tell you like it's been 18 years since Metroid Prime 3, and I'm just like, no, like Federation Force came out 9 years ago. You know, this was announced very shortly after that. You know, it's just like it's interesting like how people are trying to spin this as like some epic failure on Nintendo's part. I don't know. It's not going to survive the year though. It's kind of like an anti-game award. Like once the hate dies down, like it's gonna what's gonna be left is just people who genuinely love this game. 4 years since Dread. Well, yeah, but they're being overly specific. Like they specifically mean Metroid Prime. I think for a lot of normies, the assumption is that like Prime is the bigger series because it's 3D, but in actuality, I think most fans prefer the 2D ones. Yeah, I don't know anybody who seriously prefers Prime over 2D. Like Prime only gets the hype it does because it's a first person game, but and I think that's the problem is that like people look at this and they like where are the graphics? Where are the cinematics? Where's the characters? Where's the gay characters? It's just yeah, I don't think Prime has ever been as good as 2D. Is like kind of my opinion, and that's not even like an uncontroversial thing. So the idea that this isn't not being as good as Dread is some major thing. It's just not really. What the hell was that? But yeah, I'm really enjoying the game for sure. I don't know. I compared to Star Fox Zero, it feels like, yeah, honestly, this is probably the most hate I've seen like from the community regarding a Nintendo game since Star Fox Zero came out. Compared to Star Fox Zero, this game seems to have a lot more people willing to go to bat for it. So, like, I really don't see it surviving. The hate for this surviving long. But yeah, YouTubers are just like going crazy, like doing their best to downplay this, and it's probably just to preserve like their the Nintendo like online hate culture. Oh. The completionist join the anti-Nintendo. Well, he's desperate to try and like rebuild his brand, so he'll do anything. Like, yeah, I mean that's the kind of person who's like the anti-Nintendo. Like, well, like I think what happened is that like he used to have connections with Nintendo of America, and they would send him free stuff, and like you know he did videos with Bill Trennan and stuff like that. And like after the controversy, they cut ties with him, and now he's just showing his true colors. Like to do the grift, to just ugh. I want to train. Oh, wait, I should try 4. I want to play Zelda. It's been too long. I don't know. Like, did anyone even notice when he like rebooted the channel and like came back? Like, he's making new videos again, but like, it's yeah, it's like the Pro Jared thing. It's like never ever gonna be like it was. Wait, why isn't it going up? Did I screw this up somehow? Yeah, why the hell isn't it going up? Am I doing this wrong somehow? Or is it like glitched or something? Like it doesn't feel like the light it's lighting up more. You know, what am I supposed to do exactly? Like everyone said to collect green shards, and that's what I've been doing, but uh yeah, they're not even far away that far away. Wow. Yeah, nobody gave a shit about that channel. I was just
Well, hello there, stranger.
You mentioned grievers were actually Lemorns.
They were searching for a way to turn grievers back in the research lab in Icebelt.
They couldn't see them as monsters. Grievers were once their friends and family. Wouldn't you try to save them?
Yeah, but if my family tried to eat me, I'd run away screaming.
It's hard to imagine how we'd react in their position. The Lemorn were good people. Brave. They refused to give up hope. I admire their faith. I was never able to face myself until I arrived on this planet. Perhaps being stranded here wasn't so bad after all.
Before we can leave, you'll need to secure the memory fruit. Come back and see me when you're ready.
I don't know. Could I have glitched it where like
My sense.
I find it difficult to believe. Like it feels like I'm making no progress at all. Truth be told, uh, like I've been doing it for half an hour today, and I was doing it last night. I don't know. A book on Sakurai, really? I mean, I own a book on Awada. It's like a collection of his essays. Yeah, I don't have anything on Sakurai. I never bought Reggie's book because I think Reggie's a piece of shit. Truth be told. Do I have the green energy radar?
I wonder if there's some place in Soul Valley where a bunch of green energy crystals are clumped together.
Okay. Okay. I'm supposed to have some kind of radar, but I don't really.
Collected enough green energy crystals? Don't forget to bring the green energy crystals to the alternate fairy green so you can grow the memory fruit.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I'm not doing something right. Like if I'm not finding them anywhere I go, then... Okay, so there are some down here. Okay, so you can find them in caches down here. I don't know if these respawn too, but maybe this will be enough to. Yeah, what a weird like I don't know. This feels like completely unnecessary. It really does. Um, there we go. Okay, I think that's just what I needed to let them respawn. Yeah, but like I can't emphasize enough. Like what you're supposed to do is like you're supposed to be doing this throughout, because you do get upgrades for this. Um, I don't know why they tied the final boss around behind it too, though. That just seems weird to me. All right, all right. I was like, "Where's the cache?" There we go. I can't believe there's no fast travel in this game. That's another thing that kind of gets me. Is like, why, why is there no fast travel? I guess Metroid isn't known for having fast travel, but I mean, Dread didn't have it. I want to play some Xenoblade. It's been too. I don't want to do anything as a kid. Nope. There's quite a lot down here. Yeah, so I was ignoring these because like I didn't think they were that important. But yeah, you absolutely should get them. Okay. Okay. Easy lover. Easy lover. I don't like nothing. No, because I can't. Like how many shards are you even getting? I'm so confused about like how this is measured. I don't see any. What? Were you the only viewer? Ooh. I don't know anybody. Can you say? Mm. Ooh.
So long, macho.
Okay. Okay. Wait a minute. Green energy crystal finder. Why did it jump up so much? Okay. Okay. So I think the caches you get in the shrines give you more than the shrines in the overworld. So you're not supposed to be grinding around in the overworld. You're supposed to be going to the shrines and finding the caches. Okay.
There you go. See ya.
Yeah, I think this is great. I've been really enjoying it. Yeah, like it really is true. Everything that the critics are saying about this game is wrong. Like they're just not playing it correctly, or like learning how it works, or really taking any time to play it at all. Really. So yeah, if the caches just respawn, it feels like that's what you're supposed to do is just go for the caches. Oh. Oh.
Have you collected enough green energy crystals? Don't forget to bring the green energy crystals to the alternate. Grow the memory fruit.
Oh. So yeah, DSP never even finished like any of the other Metroid Primes, and he goes into four. Like, why? I just hang on. No, Mackenzie is not around throughout the entire game. That is not true. He's barely there, truth be told. Uh, he's a rising bounty that you need you. I wouldn't do it. It's a gyro control scheme. So yeah, the gyro aims and you use the L stick to move. Yeah, it's a really cool like control scheme. Fire. So I guess this is the way you grind. Is that like you go in the shrines and you. Okay. Do they not respond, or do you have to wait for a bit for them to respond? Shit. They might not respond at all. Oh, did I get every single one? Let's see. No, we found one in the first one. Maybe well, just the one though. Maybe they just. Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay, so you can just find it on the radar. Okay. So eventually you get a radar where you can. All right. Duh. Yeah. Not yet. No, we're doing the end game grind for crystals. Uh, yeah, have we taken longer with it than most people? Yeah, 13 hours. Yeah, most people beat it around 15. Jack. Jack. He's a psychomaniac. That's right. How to think of it. Why don't we scan amiibo? Samus and Volo. Oh hell yeah. Okay, okay. So you're telling me that this the amiibo does a lot more than just okay. Varia theme, excellent. Silex theme. I want the Varia theme, honestly. Wait, isn't this the fusion suit? Hang on. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I had my Dread one sitting here, but like wait, no. Metroid Prime theme, awesome. Space Pirate theme. Oh, that's sick. Psychic era theme. I wonder if this is gonna give hints to the future of. Well, I think I unlocked them all. Yeah, I've been riding around my bike a lot. Boost recovery unlocked. Seems to be detected. Energy shield unlocked. Viola radio unlocked. Uh, yeah, what the space pirate theme? That looks sick. Well, this game it has a higher difficulty setting, so there's incentive to come back to it. Yeah, I think this game I think it will have replay value. If you told. Oh, thanks for the Twitch follow. I wasn't even paying attention. And I need to pay more attention to Twitch because I'm constantly getting more followers there, and it's just. Yeah, I'm dual streaming. Well, multi-streaming, really.
How many push-ups can you do?
I don't know. A lot. I do them in sets of 50. About 5 to 6 sets?
That's 300 push-ups. You know that, right?
Yeah. Why? How many can you do?
I don't know. 4?
4 sets ain't bad.
No, 4 push-ups. I do them in sets of 1. Take my time.
Works.
Bye-bye.
Easy lover. Okay. Dan the man. Oh yeah, like what? Why is it zooming out like that? Yeah, I guess caches you only get once. Okay. They do not respawn. Okay.
Have you collected enough green energy crystals? Don't forget to bring the green energy crystals to the alternate fairy grounds so you can grow the memory fruit.
Oh wow. I glitched into the wall. Let's see. Anyway, like I said, this game was unfinished. Let's see. We haven't saved it in a while either. Let's see. I think I'll have to reload the autosave, should be told. Oh, hang on, I'll be able to get out. Crazy. Uh, yeah, I am too. Let's see. I think the only thing we can do is just reload the autosave. How often does it autosave though? Yeah, I might have just lost all my progress. Really didn't autosave while I was in there, right? Prime 1, nah, I think Prime 1's better. Yeah, Prime 1's way better. Yeah, I think they're all better, honestly. I think Federation Force is better. I've never played Hunters. That's the one that's up in the air, but I've heard nothing but good things about that one. Yeah, that's kind of how I look at it. Like I said, this feels very similar to Prime 2 for me. I've never gone back and finished Prime 2 again after I beat it the first time. So.
Have you collected enough green energy crystals? Don't forget to bring the green energy crystals to the altered fairy green so you can grow the memory fruit.
Easy love. No more Metroids. Yeah. I am not fans. I feel weirdly stiff. I don't. Let me lean back in my chair a bit. Red Dead Redemption 1. Yeah, everyone's keeps hyping up the update, and I'm just like, why? It's still Red Dead. Red Dead isn't shit. I don't know. Part of me kind of wants to play it on Switch, but like, I don't know. I never even finished it the first time. I don't care for that game at all. Neither be. Well, neither be. Gun is better. Yeah, I would not be surprised, but I haven't played that one either. I feel like Red Dead would not be held in as high regard if it had any real competition as a Western. I think that's really all there is to it. Yeah, the GameCube's calendar ends in 2030, so the original. Yeah, what's gonna happen to Animal Crossing after that? Wow.
So long, watch you.
Oh, we got it. We got it. Wow. We finally grinded our way into endgame. All right. Oh, holy shit! That's a sick looking suit. Legacy suit. Well, whose legacy? The legacy of the Le Mans. Well, they made their own power suit? How does that make any sense? I won't. The last year of the Xbox 360 calendar, really? Yeah, the Super Mario Bros. Deluxe calendar apparently goes up to the year 2000. I feel like I noticed that when I played the game, but back in the day. But man, I wonder if anyone's going to be autistic enough to care about it when we actually hit the year 3000.
All right, you've secured the memory fruit. We can leave for Chrono Tower as soon as you give the order, Samus. You ready? Once we leave, there's no turning back. If there's anything you need to complete, now is the time. All right, listen up. We got a lot of ground to cover, so check your gear. If it don't punch a hole in something, we don't got a use for it. Our mission is to guide Samus to the Master Teleporter. To do that, we gotta cross Soul Valley and destroy the force field around Chrono Tower.
Force field undamaged. I must increase power.
No, I told you I can only guarantee 80%.
Recalculating. Warning. System critical.
Oh, we need to abort. The weapon's gonna blow.
Yeah, if he's supposed to be the pilot for the mag.
Oh.
Based.
Force field destroyed.
Well done.
Yes, it's like the Predator. Oh, wow.
Oh, my
That was a shot for shot.
I'm so sorry.
She did good.
Did.
Yes.
She sure did.
This is our moment.
It's our moment, boys. Let's go.
Coming, Mac?
Yes, sir, Sarge.
All right. The boys are back. The boys are back. Man. Ugh. So the entire plot is just you, like, trying to get back? I don't know. I feel like this could have worked, but it's just. I mean, we've already been in the tower once to
This
begin.
place is so beautiful.
The robots are awake.
Yes, the temple responds to Samus.
Yeah, because I'm the chosen one. And Samus is like the chosen one for like 5 different alien species at this point. It's kind of crazy. Jetiaga. Wait, what? Huh? I know nothing of their fate. I didn't save shit. So what's the plot? Like, I read all the lore I could find, but it's just, I just have no idea.
Okay, Samus.
Whoa, it's unfolding. The robots are the keys.
Let's head up.
Stop, Samus. I don't know. I'm not fired up at all. I wasn't like interested in what was in the tower. It's like, I don't know. Like again, like the game felt rushed. Like I just don't feel invested in the lore. And what's weird is that it feels like they put quite a lot of effort into it. You know what I mean? Like every time I've seen lore bits, it seems fairly well thought out. It's just like they don't tell you enough.
We have finally reached the top of the tower.
How did she do that? I'm strong. I think I'll be fine. It's a good thing these things respond to my hand.
Oh. got the keys. Take us home.
Well, assuming it works. I mean, we've been jumped by Silex twice. So.
This must be the master teleporter.
Guys, I can't believe it. We're actually going home.
What happened to all these other characters? Wait, what? When this happened? When did this happen? What? Rejected? When did this happen? Huh? Oh, that was Silex. That's the official Silex lore, huh? Okay. Oh no. So all the other troopers there didn't make it over, but Silex did. He actually has a voice act. Waiting for what? So that's it. Rejected. Wow. Yeah, I saw a lot of people seething about Silex's backstory in this, but I actually really like it. I think it really works. So he was a rejected Federation. Okay.
We need to finish them off while we have the chance.
So Samus not okay. Okay, so he was a Federation trooper who suffered and like rejected Samus's help for some reason. What? Oh, come on. Maybe I would have been able to figure that out if I didn't have to scan it first. This is not what I meant when I said I wanted an arms too. Okay. So interesting that Silex is like was a Federation trooper at one point. I think everyone assumed he was an alien. Like all we knew about him is that he hated the Federation and Samus. That kind of explains it. Here we go.
Yeah, now pull out for one. He's vulnerable. Now's our chance.
Hit him with
If he was
everything you
in-
got.
If he was in there the entire time, like what was I fighting early? Whatever. Holy fucking shit, it's that boss from the Wonderful 101. It's King Ghidorah. No, I took them out. You didn't do shit. You said 4 arms, but I only took out 3. 2. What happened to the 4th? Oh, it's on the other side. There it is. Okay. It was just out of sight. Why is he locking us in here with it? Alright.
Let him have it. More dragon heads!
Keep it together now.
I wonder if there's another phase after this. I mean, it's a pretty cool final boss, but I'm getting hit a lot. There we go.
Forget me. Need your help.
I'm okay.
I'm about to charge up a super missile, but okay, that's probably a way to do it, honestly. Break the shield, super missile him, just like we did with that one boss. He has the same psychic energy attacks we do.
Too powerful. Hey.
Nice.
Thank you.
Get down.
How am I supposed to dodge that? Like, huh? Federation trooper killed in action. Okay, yeah, we don't even tell.
Watch those arms.
Fat out.
Okay.
All right. Let's get the rest of these arms.
And the troopers can die. Yeah, fire, electricity. Man, it's shredding away all my HP. Okay. Look at how much how much damage I took from that.
We took them out once.
I don't get why I took so much damage. I just okay.
Armstrong is down.
Hold up.
And I struggle way more with these elemental variants than I do with the actual standard fight. I hate it. Hang out, scan it.
Needs your help.
Well, I'm alive just barely.
Bad news coming our way.
Well, I took so much damage in that first phase. So.
Watch those arms. Out.
Lasso is working.
All right, let's get the rest of these odds.
He's vulnerable. Now's our chance.
Got him. How do I use my let's see, Samus?
Keep it together. We got this.
Is there any way to take less damage? Because okay. Just had that mech.
I count 4.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Again? What?
I'm up.
Okay.
More dragon heads!
This game is not available on PC. Oh, here we go. Why can't I get away? Shit. Look at that. It's like taking away half my HP. Like, no, it's not. Well, it's the furthest I've gotten so far. It's just, I don't know. It's just kind of cheap the way. All right, we got him. We got him. Okay, the dumb electric dragon.
Thank you.
I need your help. Good.
This thing is firing so quickly that I can't even like keep track of what's going on. Mackenzie needs your help. Well, that great, but stay alive until I can get there. Shit.
This must be the master teleporter.
Watch those arms. Bam!
Yeah, we're gonna have to figure out how Like, I can't fight the elemental dragons. Like, I keep losing all my HP against them, like every time. Let's see.
Psychic blast on point. All right. Thought.
I think on performance mode this runs at like 120 FPS. Actually, on Switch 2. So even your stupid like fanfiction code doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Like, oh, I'm playing on PC even though it wasn't officially released on it, and it runs at a higher frame rate, and Samus sucks my dick. Like, shut the fuck up.
Keep it together. We got this.
Yeah, fire's not too bad. It's like electricity that gets me. Well, fire sucks if like it gets a hold of you, but yeah, people tried to pull this stunt where they tried to pretend to be offended about this boss. They did the same thing with like Federation Force too when that came out.
How about let him have it?
Okay.
More dragon heads.
Keep it together now.
Yeah, no Federation Force in this game. Kind of. What the fuck? How are you supposed to stay away from it? Man, I can't even get my bearings. Look at this. Like, I can't even.
Bad news coming our way.
They're getting in my way too.
They need your help.
Alert! Spanish, we got multiple troopers down.
Thanks.
Yeah, so they're dying before I can like stop the lightning strikes. Federation trooper killed in action. Oh, like, what am I supposed to do? I'm very confused.
Guys, I can't believe it. We're actually going home.
Watch those arms.
Fan out!
Yeah, like, so an attack like takes out half my HP bar. GTA 6 will get ported almost certainly at this point. Yeah. I would not be surprised if we got GTA 6 before PC does. I'll probably play it and pick up the Switch, yeah. Just so I can clown on it and say it's shit.
Oh no, the arms transformed.
Keep it together! We got this!
How are you supposed to stop this? Oh, okay, I see. Only for a short time. Yeah, I think we're just gonna use the legacy barrier. And does the boss fight require you to use it?
I count 4.
We took them out once! We can do it again! Watch your feet!
We can do a power bomb throw at him. how fast I move, no matter how ahead of the. Yep, I keep getting caught in something. Oh yeah, Ridley's not in this game. Interesting. We haven't seen Ridley since Samus Returns. Yeah, people felt like that, like he was shoehorned in there, but I mean, if they weren't going to use him again, he wasn't in Federation Force either. Come to think of it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, come on.
No! No!
Hey,
As long as they're not like at super low HP, they're fine. Again? Again? They can't stay alive for 2 seconds.
Need your help!
Okay, we got through it. We got through it. Somehow, but.
Thank you.
Okay. Phase 2. Okay.
Oh, I'm just getting started.
He actually talks in this? Really? I'm about to heal all 5 of them once. Oh. Really?
Where'd they go?
She punches people? Oh, it's just like that Ridley fight at the beginning of the corruption. Wow. How many times do you fight Ridley in corruption? Yeah, Ridley doesn't appear in Prime 2, does he? Well, you fight him a couple of times in 3. Yeah, it's weird. We still have not fought Kraid in a 3D in a Metroid Prime game. What am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to? Oh, wait, hang on. Looks like I'm not doing that much damage, should be told. Got him. Okay. We're in space now? Super Samus Galaxy! Okay.
Just you and me, Samus.
Oh, come on.
Let's get this over with.
Well, I barely beat him the first time, but on the other hand, I don't have the troopers weighing me down. Oh, that's some sick music. Is this Silux's classic theme? I actually have no idea. I think it is. It sounds familiar. Energy tank ejected. What? The fuck? You can knock out your energy tanks? What kind of gimmicky bullshit is that? That's his Morphball equivalent. That's amazing. Yeah, he must have that in Hunters too, because they all have like Morphball equivalents, don't they? Like all 6 playable characters. And Hunters was like a big, like, for some people, it was like a pretty big like DS game. It's, did he just use my energy tank to heal himself? Here you go. What do you got? How do you dodge his attacks? Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Yeah, it's probably better than Prime 3's final boss, honestly. I'm not a big fan of Prime 3's final boss, as I recall. Prime 2 has that weird. Prime 1 probably had the best one. Yeah, I remember being really surprised with how lame the. Well, at least it's not making me do it start from the beginning, but. And imagine if you got to this point with like no HP. Okay. I feel like the reason they make you grind so much for the end is to encourage you to 100% it, because this is not an easy final boss. Like I would recommend getting a bunch of energy tanks for this. Like I can beat it, but I imagine a lot of people would get filtered, honestly. But that first phase was rough. How the hell did I do that? How the hell am I dodging those shots? Okay. I feel like for the next one, they're really gonna have to think about like about how best to improve the mechanics, because like I would say the big problem with this is that it does play too much like the old ones with like not a whole lot of innovation. Like it's just why does he just sit there? Is this before or after Hunters? Does anyone know? Yeah, where? Yeah, is it? Doesn't Hunters take place like far? Like, wasn't that like in the farthest along in the timeline we've been in any Metroid game? I believe. Is that correct? I think I've been told that. Hunters has like a whole lot of like unique lore to it, but I don't. Again, I'm not an expert. I knew someone like years and years ago who was like obsessed with Hunters and wouldn't shut the fuck up about it, but it's my favorite game of all time. Like, yeah, he'd played through it like I think several times a year. He had this weird like autistic fixation on it, and it was just really strange. You could probably like he's probably the biggest Metroid Prime Hunters fan there is, so you could probably find him if you Googled like Metroid Prime fan community or something. I'm curious. I'm curious if I could find something like that. That might be interesting because I keep bitching about this individual. Hello, hello. Oh shit. What the hell was that? I was stuck. Like, why was I stuck? God damn, I keep flying by like all these HP things. Like I already got through this once. Why do I have to go through it again before the final? I don't know. I don't understand this pacing. Yeah, the Ridley fight in 3 Corruption was way better. That shit was like hype. Like I'd never seen anything like it before in any game. Like Zero Mission and Zero. Seriously, fucking really? Like everything happens before Metroid 2, huh? It's just I don't know. That always like was weird to me. But I mean, I guess that's the only possible solution. It's weird to me to think that Prime takes place before Super. Like I just can't wrap my head around. I know it's canon, but it's like it just makes no sense to me. Like you're telling me Samus went on all these bullshit adventures before Super? It just like to me, like Super feels like the origin of like what makes her such a memorable, iconic character, and it's so weird that like Prime is entirely like prequel territory. You get my tank, so he always gets your tank no matter what you do. I love that electroshock. It's badass as shit. Oh, whoops. Hang on. Yeah, as long as you have a lock on, you do pretty well with it. But how the hell did he get me? Like, didn't work. Like, how the hell does he get me? Like, I feel like a lot of his attacks are just impossible to dodge. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Like the stupid stealing the energy tank thing. I don't know. Always making excuses. All. And what's the point of this? Like, just start me off. I mean, you can grind HP from here pretty easily, but like, other than that, what's the point? Like, how is Psylocke so fucking strong anyway? I never did understand. If he's just like a bitch, like GF Trooper, why is he like as good as Samus? Like, I don't know. I've never felt like Silex was able to carry a game on his own, and I think this kind of demonstrated that. Okay, that attack is pretty easily telegraphed, but but he's just gonna keep doing it again and again until he pulls it off. Yeah, it is pretty easily telegraphed, but at the same time. And he does just heal himself with it. It's just control beam. Okay. Okay, you can interrupt it with the control beam. Okay. Yeah, how did he get this strong? I mean, I guess he was in like the psychic pod or something, but at the same time, like he was playing that Mario Party 2 minigame with like the. I think we got him, ladies and gentlemen. I think we got him. Fuck. Oh shit! Of course he does that. Of course he does the one fucking. Yeah, I had him there. I had him, but of course he had to do the one attack. Of course he had to do the one attack. I have no idea how to counter. I'm Cody. Okay. Yeah, the music's sick. Yeah, scan all of his forms. Yeah. Yeah, that's a mechanic I didn't really pick up on like intuitively. Like the fact that your scans change as the fight progresses. Fuck. Got it. Okay, what a piece of shit. All right. Yeah, it's not gonna work. Yeah, I love how like well thought out like how you can counter all of his badass attacks. It's really cool. And it's not completely intuitive either. Like the control beam one. Yeah, I'm not sure I would have been able to figure that out. I thought about it, but I'm just like, no, there's no way that would work. I really need to start like experimenting more with modern games because it feels like they do have like weird things you can do like that these days. They do think about stuff like that. So like Bonanza was kind of like that too. Like I kind of remember like when I was doing the K Rule fight and the balls were coming at me and I was just like, oh, I could probably punch those, and I'm just like, nah, it's not gonna work. Like it's because like it wouldn't have worked back in older games, but I completely I haven't gotten back into the the new mindset. Yeah, I am really bad at this. I'm not even gonna get hit. Whoops. What, you just took it back? Wait, so if you take it back, you just... I think I wasted more HP trying to get it back than I would have if I just lost it. What the hell was that? Oh, control me, control me. Yeah, it's a pretty good. Yeah, I mean the first phase is probably the best one, but this is pretty good too. I remember people spurging out about this, like, "Oh man, the troopers are there with you, ruined," and it's just like, come on, what'd you expect? So that wasn't even true, huh? Yeah, there's so much about like this game's like that's technically true, and then like not really. That's a really good example, actually. Yeah, I think the final boss is pretty good, truth be told. Oops. Fuck, I missed? Hang on. Samus, you idiot! Fire! Fire! Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Really? Right at the last second. There's like nothing you can do to dodge it. Like every single time. Oh, maybe you could like run into it. Yeah. That's like absurd. Like just because he does that stupid ball thing that I couldn't counter. Okay, I think you can just boost ball into it, but I mean you can do it like after the energy tank is taken, but I don't know. Like, yeah, it is a good fight though. Yeah, I'd say way better than Prime 3's. Prime 2's, I don't know. Like I have such nostalgia for Prime 2 because I really really struggled to beat that final boss for like I think a couple of weeks. And then like Dark Samus is even more ridiculous. So yeah, I think I would beat like the Emperor Inc. and then go out and like fight Dark Samus and like have no idea how to do it. Um, it's been so long since I beat Prime 2, I barely remember. I remember the second, like the first phase where you're like on the spider balling it. I don't know what the actual fight is like though. It's been a long time. I really do need to play that one again. It's been on the list for years, but at this rate, I think we're at the wait for a remastered. It should be told. Okay. Okay. Oh, it doesn't work? Really? So you just have to let it get taken? Like I can't figure out a method of I guess you just have to let yourself get hit. I don't know. I don't really like that. I mean, there probably is a way to counter it, but I can't figure it out. Like boosting doesn't work. Yeah, he really is a Super Saiyan. He doesn't have phase on though. Like, where was he during the corruption fight? Like, He didn't try to like steal any Phazon or a PED suit or anything. And why didn't the Federation contract him? Like, they got like a bunch of people that we never seen before, but like none of the characters from Hunters. It's kind of weird how like the Hunters characters, I don't know. I just feel like they have nothing to do with like the wider setting. Like Silex has appeared like a couple of times now. And I guess you can try to dodge it. Got me. Shit. Okay. Wait, what? He went for me again. He didn't try to get the. Okay. Okay. I have no real interest in working. The hardest boss fight in Prime? I don't know about that. Prime 2 is a pretty rough one. Like I said, the final boss of Prime 2 is like brutal. I really should get the trilogy out and like and play 2 and 3 again. Yeah, I mean, I've been talking so much about how I think the old ones are better, and I'm just kind of like, well, like I haven't actually played the old ones in like forever. Like 2 especially, but 3 I haven't played since like 2010 or so. Probably more like 2012 or something. Yeah, it's been a long time. Yeah, when I first started fighting this thing, I didn't think it'd be that hard, but like, yeah, he has lots of really cool strategies. The better you get at it, the quicker he goes into his like tougher patterns. Like when you start getting your energy tank back, he takes longer for him to. It doesn't take as long for him to start going into the harder patterns. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I think we are gonna try to get the. I have the Prime trilogy on Wii U, so I think I am gonna try to get the Wii remote, and yeah, let's pop that in. It's been a long time. It's been a long time. So he's really quick. Does he have the speed booster? How is he faster than me? Why is Samus so slow in the Prime games? I have never understood that. Like she shouldn't be this slow. I love when he misses how he suddenly just has. Shit. Damn, like even when you jump out of the way. What the hell is it? Yeah, I'm curious how this fight's gonna fare on hard mode. I bet it's gonna be like even more fun. Yeah. Yeah, in general, I think the boss fights are probably one of the high points of the game. They're all really, really good. It's weird to me how many people are trying to insist they're terrible, but I think it's just people who aren't familiar with Metroid Prime and how it works. That's my tendency to like about the critics in general is that they had no idea what these games were actually like, and they're criticizing it for not being a first-person shooter, but it's a first-person adventure game. It's not the same thing at all. It looks like we created a hang on. Yeah, he's gonna do the thing again. No. Okay. Yeah, I think we got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Okay, got him. We got him. Wow. Silex has been beaten. That was a good fight. No, Silex, no. She actually wanted to help him. Wow, so he's dead. So that's the end of his story, huh? I don't know. Like, I think it was good, but it's like with 18 years of buildup, actually more than that, like more than 20. 21 years of buildup.
What now?
Well, 19 because of Prime Hunters, yeah.
Here we go. Be ready for anything.
It always confused me. You have Prime Hunters first hunt, and then you have the actual full release of Prime Hunters. So, like,
I knew you'd come back.
Oh, she hugs me. Oh,
Never doubted you for a second, boss.
Glad to have
Boss.
you with us.
Samus,
I'm the boss.
does that mean Silex is...
Why is the Kobe?
Good.
Wow. Good.
Ready to go home?
We'll be right behind you.
You just know, like, ugh. Yeah, you can tell Samus was like put off by that hug.
Maybe if I, oh. Oh, your crystal powers the teleporter. It only responds to you.
Miles, I thought we had this established. Like,
Wait, is that Viros? That must be Tanamar.
oh, Tanamar. That's where we
Home
were.
sweet
Okay,
home.
And
that's where
you
we
were
started.
sure.
Okay.
Well, we're gonna find out.
Yeah, I was looking at the Japanese website, and it said the planet was called Tanamar, and I thought it was like the Japanese name of Euros, but no, it was the original planet.
You did it.
We really need to
Really
talk about
going home?
renaming this planet because it was. Oh, he rips his. Whoa, wow, he comes back. Really? Shit. Why'd she let herself get shot like that? Nora, no!
I got you.
So it's interesting that Silex is also a bounty hunter.
Teleporter's not gonna last
Like, who
long.
pays out the bounties? It's not the
Fix up what you
Federation.
still can. I'll do my best to stabilize the power. Restart the sequence. We'll buy you time while it charges.
Fucking really? I don't even get to fight Silex again? Wow. suplex. He was shot in the back. It's just like Adam or something. Wait, what? Huh? What did I do?
So long be with you.
What? I leave them behind? Wait, what? Did I screw this up? Because, like, it gave me a gameplay sequence, and I'm just like, what am I supposed to do? Ah, fuck. I leave them to die? Fuck! Damn it! There's no way that's the real ending. I fucked that up. I fucked that up. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Shit. Ugh. Well, I guess you got your wish if you really hated the Federation. You can just leave them to die if you want. But I didn't. So they had a Castlevania-style true ending for this, huh? I didn't see that coming. They've never done this for Metroid before, so. What the fuck? That is like... I have never... It was my fault, but like, man. Brutal. That is brutal. What a massive Harman Smith L. I can't even like talk about it because I didn't get the real ending. Like, what the fuck was I supposed to do? I guess. That really. Okay. So DSP got no support from Metroid Prime 4. Okay.
I love it, and you know, it's that stuff's positive, and there's other stuff that's positive behind the scenes. But the fact that I might lose my fucking house
Yep, side scrollers is
over something that I have nothing whatsoever control over or to do with.
wow.
That's the worst feeling.
We all saw that coming, huh? Wait, original force or what? Huh? Yeah, how many people work on this game? It feels like it had a.
Here we go. Okay. All right, so as we are getting started here, everyone, just a few quick reminders that if you enjoy the content here on DSP Gaming, please support the channel in some way, whether that be liking today's stream or engaging in conversation in the chat. That would be amazing. Whether that be contributing in some way. For example, you could do a super chat, or you could be a member or gift a membership on YouTube if you're watching on the YouTube side. You could use some kicks to do a contribution, or you could become a sub or give some subs if you're on the Kick viewership. Or no matter where you are, you can tip. He's back! This is very exciting, isn't it? Metroid Prime 4. Wow. Go to the factory and watch shit get manufactured. Very exciting.
Shinya Takahashi. Wow. Scans collected 33%. I discovered 58%. 13 hours. Hard mode unlocked. New radio trick. Okay. It was at this moment she knew she fucked up. Oh, look at her. She's all alone. That's so sad. Aw. What the hell was that? Oh. That was the memory thing? The memory fruit? Why am I planning this? Why was this necessary though? Aw, she's gonna leave it hanging there. That's so sad. Please tell me there's a true ending. It just dawned on me this might actually be the real ending. Hang on. Is there a true ending? Let's see. Oh wow. Metroid Prime 4 features multiple endings. You must find every item, scan every logbook entry, collect all energy crystals, and fully explore the game mode. Wait, were you seriously supposed to? Wait, did they always die? That's crazy. That is fucking crazy.
Are not wanting to capture video anymore. And I think OBS is just fucking having a lot of issues. I gotta update it. I usually refuse an update in case it'll break something. Like, I'll update it in between videos. But I haven't updated it in a while, I'll admit. Just because I don't want to break shit and then have to fix it later, you know? Ironically, I think it broke itself this time. Why do you need the crystals? To make the memory fruit from the tree to... I don't remember. Who fucking cares? The story in this is dog shit and stupid.
The ending is amazing.
I should double check. Yeah,
The story's amazing.
This is the one you have to go inside. One of these you go inside, the other one you don't.
So they die. They really die. Wow. That is crazy. So I beat it before you. So yeah, I beat it before Synthetic Man. Nothing he can do. The game would control it. What a fucking retard. Debunk the skill up video. I might, yeah. I'm trying to decide what I want to do next. Do I want to go for 100% completion? I think I am going to go for 100% completion. It's unfortunate, but... Yeah. Yeah, skill up. Okay, yeah, I'll also make a note of it. Skill up, response video. Skill up, response video. Yeah, I think we're going to do it. I think we're going to go ahead and do it. I mean, I guess I could just do it right now. You know, being fresh off the game and all that. Yeah, I was gonna uninstall this like immediately after finishing it, but like, I really want to see the full ending. That was a really good ending. Like, I think most people are like, we just heard Synthetic Man like, oh, the story is dog shit, but like, no, man, that ending was fantastic. That was great. I really thought that like I screwed something up, but no, they really do die at the end. That's fucking insane. Crazy, crazy, crazy. That's okay. So I guess we'll just casually grind through the game, 100% it over the next couple of weeks. Man, I was ready to move on from it, but like, yeah, there are multiple endings. Yeah, we're gonna have to 100% it for sure. Okay. Shoot. I really wanted to play more. Okay. We have lots of games we're not playing right now, so let's uninstall like other things to make room for Air Riders and just Man, I'm so upset that I had to do this because I really wanted to play like a lot of these games. I had them all in the back. So that all these RPGs and all these visual novels. Okay. Yeah, Luigi's Mansion 2. We'll get to that eventually at some point. Okay. Let's bring up. Okay. Skill up, Metroid. I do not recommend.
Do the
Okay.
disclaimer.
So this is skill up. Okay, let's switch the reaction stream. Okay. Okay. I'll have to make my own review tonight too. So, well, I mean, if we haven't gotten 100% completion, I don't know if that's a good idea. Chill up. Okay. All right, we are recording in right now. Hello, everyone. This is Harman Smith, and I am here having just finished Metroid Prime 4 Beyond on stream. I now have enough experience to tell you that Metroid Prime 4 is a fantastic game, that you are being lied to by pretty much everyone. And the big major YouTube video that kind of beat everyone else to the punch when it came to like the Metroid Prime 4 discourse was skill up. And now that I finished the game myself, it is time that I, let's see, react to it myself. Is everything set up? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so let's take a moment to watch Skill Up's video and kind of debunk this nonsense live, because I can't emphasize enough that Metroid Prime 4 was great. You know, the story was great, the game was great. I was very, very happy with this. So let's go ahead and see what this shill has to say.
All right, let's do the disclaimer thing since I know how this one's going to go. This is a review written by me, Shill Up. It's an opinion. It is not a statement of objective fact. Every single critic review for this game is either mixed or positive, so please go and read and watch other reviews because clearly I'm not on the same page as everyone else with this one. Most importantly, if you like Metroid Prime games and you want to play another one of them that feels almost identical in all key aspects, Metroid Prime 4 Beyond is the game for you, so long as you don't mind the inclusion of a bunch of bullshit that makes the game worse than the original games, or at least certainly worse than Metroid Prime 1, since I know 2 and 3 were a bit of a mixed bag. I make this point because I definitely reflect on the feedback I got from my Ghost of GOTY review, where people were like, hey man, just because this isn't new doesn't mean it isn't good, and that's very true, and I think it's especially relevant here in Metroid Prime 4, because
Okay, so like, this is something that a lot of people are saying right now, is that there's nothing new here. It feels like the old games. That is not true. When it comes to like the level structure, when it comes to the design, when it comes to like, you know, the things you have to do in the game, it is radically different than any Metroid Prime game in the past. You know, like even from like a pure gameplay perspective, there's lots of new mechanics and features that are just radically different than anything we've seen before. Yeah, this is a gigantic cope, completely wrong. I don't respect this take at all. If anything, I think a big reason why Metroid Prime 4 is getting so much flack is because it's not enough like the original Metroid Primes. But
this is the first Metroid Prime game in over a decade, and I'm sure that plenty of people are going to be really happy with this because they just want that old school Metroid Prime feeling. And you know what? That old school feeling is really the one part of Metroid Prime 4 that I really loved. Like I said in my preview, it's been a really, really long time since we've played a Metroid Prime game. And even since games were designed like this controller-first model of shooters that found its feet in the Xbox and PS2 and GameCube era, the combat pacing, assisted enemies, time to kill, the size of the enemies, and the speed of projectiles, the way that Metroid Prime 4 tunes these things feels pulled from that bygone era, and there's a nice, familiar, nostalgic feeling that you get stepping back into it. There's also great comfort to be found in the core Metroid Prime formula, and by that I mean, it's cool to see the world through Samus's visor. It's cool to scan things and let the flavor text do the storytelling. It's cool to be a morph ball and roll through the gizzards of a world like a sunken cue ball rolling back towards the dispensary. In moments like these, Metroid Prime 4 is still a Metroid Prime game, but it is absolutely No more than that. And after waiting this long for it, and after seeing how much the
Yeah. No more than that. Wow, no more than a Metroid Prime game. So he basically just gave the core fundamentals of what a Metroid Prime game is, and it's just like, well, it's no more than that. So it's no more than the greatest games ever made. Like unbelievable. What a code.
Metroidvania genre has evolved in the past 2 decades, and after seeing how much Nintendo
what? Name a single Metroid like that has surpassed Metroid Prime. Like, don't try and tell me Silksong is better than this, because I played Silksong. Silksong isn't shit, okay? Like, people are complaining about the desert in this game. Like, the entire map of Silksong is the equivalent of the desert. Like, nothing that happens outside of boss fights really amounts to anything in Silksong. It is nothing but padding and nonsense for hours and hours. Like, it is so much worse than this game. It is kind of incredible. And that's something I'm going to be talking about a lot going forward, is just how much better Metroid Prime 4 was than Silksong. But anyway,
has evolved their flagship franchises. I think it would have been fair to have expected a lot more from Metroid Prime 4 Beyond. I don't think that unlocking the double jump power-up is enough to cut it in 2025 when you don't use that power-up for anything more interesting than you can now reach that place that you couldn't reach before. Modern Metroidvania design takes those power-ups and makes them more than just keys. They become mechanical augments, offering you new capabilities that can be used creatively in different contexts to deepen moment-to-moment gameplay or facilitate more engaging level or puzzle design. But here in Metroid Prime 4, almost all of the power
there are hardly any power-ups in Silksong. This guy is completely delusional.
Power-ups you collect have no functionality beyond their lock and key utility. If Prime 4 wasn't going to expand the formula, then perhaps it could have refined it, but it didn't do that either. Backtracking, for example, is something we look back on with affection because it was a simpler time back then. But in 2025, backtracking is
simpler time back then? It's a core aspect of the genre. Keep in mind, he just showed Silksong, which is like backtrack central, but
something we have solved by either avoiding it or by making it worthwhile or interesting. Metroid Prime 4 not only has boring backtracking where nothing happens, but it's made worse by adding in unskippable loading sequences and these
wrong. Okay, so that is completely wrong. Okay, so I was shocked by the amount of times I would go back to an old area and like find something new or find something that wasn't there before. Like, there's a lot of times where you go back to Vault Forge and you go down and like you get into completely unique enemy encounter situations, and you go down there a couple of times. So like there were a lot of times where I would go through like the same areas again, and like a new enemy type would show up and do something, and I was just kind of shocked by it, you know. Like I think there was at one point, yeah, I got the IC suit, like the upgrade to the bike, and then I was leaving, and then like, oh yeah, one of those giant orb things came out and fought me, you know. It's just when it wasn't there before, you know. There are lots of examples of things like that. I would say this game nailed backtracking better than any other Metroid Prime, because the maps are small enough where backtracking through areas doesn't feel tedious or ridiculous, but they also have a lot of life to them and feel like they're constantly evolving and getting involved in more things. So.
Weird, lengthy stretches of nothingness between the desert's exit point and the actual place you're trying to get to. The collectibles economy and incentives are similar.
Yeah, it's just Hyrule Field. Like, it's literally just Hyrule Field. It is a complete nothing burger, and it's way better than Silksong.
Unresolved. When I already have 200 rounds for my elemental weapons, do I really want to schlep across the entire map so I can solve a puzzle that gives me another 10 rounds? Instead of
considering there are alternate endings that require you to get 100% completion, yes, you kind of do.
Innovating on or refining the core Metroid Prime formula, Retro has instead opted to just bolt a bunch of bullshit onto it, and all of it makes the game worse. The team of companions you meet are an ill fit for the tone of the game, and they chime in with unhelpful advice.
Wrong. Considering how good the ending is, no, absolutely not. I was very attached to the characters. They did a very good job selling you on all of them. Yeah, I wish they did more, but at the same time, I was very...
commentary all the time, and the fact that Samus just stares at them totally mute for the game's entire runtime is so weird. The bike is such a disappointment given how underutilized.
Oh yeah, so you're saying you want Samus to talk. Okay, if Samus talked, you would be bitching about that.
It is, except when traversing the desert, and the desert is unspeakably awful. It is just a barren wasteland of boredom and disappointment, and its biggest offering.
Okay, so the more I played the desert, the more I realized just how much I enjoyed it, right? It's perfectly fine going around, getting from place to place. Like, there's nothing horrible about it. Like, people are really exaggerating how bad the desert is. Like, I really enjoyed my time coasting along. It was really relaxing.
Green crystals that you have to smash into, and you better smash into those green crystals. Otherwise, you will find yourself in the position that I found myself in, where I was forced to spend an entire hour doing laps around this desert, smashing into green crystals before I could commence this game's finale. That is a true story, by the way. I swear to God. Come back to that later. Look, it's obvious that I have strong feelings about this game. I'm a Nintendo fan. I'm a Metroid fan. I'm a Metroidvania fan. I absolutely love the ever-living shit out of Metroid Dread. I thought it was incredible. But this was honestly just a massive disappointment. And I think that if the Prime franchise is to continue, it's going to need to be rebuilt from first principles, because right now it just feels haphazard, confused, and dated.
Okay, there were so many things in this game that felt innovative, that felt fresh, that felt really, really cool. There were lots of really cool ideas here, and a lot of them were executed really, really well. People use the term dated a lot, but it is really important to note that these are also the same people that say games were better back in 2010. Like, that's just the reality of it. Like, Metroid Prime 4 isn't competing with Metroid Prime 3, it's competing with like Halo 6 and Mass Effect Andromeda. Like, that's the simple reality of it, is that Metroid Prime 4 is better than the games that are coming out this year.
Metroid Prime 4 Beyond is the latest game in the hit video game series Metroid, starring the titular hero, John Metroid. No, I'm joking, of course. Samus Aran is back, and this time, she's lost her powers and needs to get them back. What? It all starts on a space station besieged by space pirates. Samus repels the attack only for Sylex to rock up, triggering an ancient artifact that whisks Samus away to a different planet. Bereft of her ship and her powers, she now needs to find a way off that rock so she can continue her bounty hunting adventures. Story-wise, we've got to start with one of Metroid Prime 4's biggest whiffs, Sylex. This guy is introduced in the first major cutscene, and you get the sense that he's going to be the game's antagonist, but he's not. The game has no real antagonist, to be honest.
What do you mean he's not the antagonist? He's the final boss. Like, were you not paying attention at all? Like, oh, what is this final? What do you mean it has no antagonist? He fights you throughout the game. Like, he destroys the bridge when you're going to Flare Pool. Like, Sylex is the primary antagonist.
Sylex
Oh, hang on.
just rocks up a few times and you can fight him. Doesn't have any real dialogue. He doesn't explain his motives or whatever. I honestly...
Wait, he doesn't explain his motives. Like, you get that after 100% completion. That's been proven at this point. You don't know about Sylex?
I don't know what his deal is, other than he hates Samus. There's probably some codex entry that tells me something about him, but it's notable that the cast of companions won't shut up and will endlessly spout exposition, but it feels like the game has too few words to spare to set up a compelling villain. So you can basically just park him as a narrative element, to be honest. The broader story that unfolds is okay. It's centered on an extinct race of beings who once occupied this planet. The last of their kind has been waiting for Samus since she's been prophesized as a chosen one, and the narrative is then centered on trying to figure out how this race fell into extinction. Each of the major dungeons you'll visit tells part of that story, and there isn't a huge amount of expository dialogue or whatever, but through a combination of environmental storytelling, scanned data, codices, and the odd cutscene here or there, you can piece together a story worth paying attention to, one all the richer for the gaps that it leaves. The process of piecing this together is far more engaging and rewarding than having it spoon-fed to you. And that's very much in keeping with the Prime franchise, so it's nice to see that Retro have shown some restraint here. I wish they showed the same restraint when it came to the other main narrative element, companions. Now, obviously, everyone really went to town on Paul Miles during the preview cycle, declaring Metroid murdered at his hands. The truth is, he's not that bad on his own when put together with a cast that are equally goofy in their own way. The whole narrative tone of the game is thrown off balance. So the way this works is that each dungeon, of which there are 5, will introduce you to a new companion character. They'll typically fight alongside you for a bit before heading back to base camp when the dungeon is clear. After that, they'll chime in on radio every now and then, or they'll appear in cutscenes when it's relevant. These characters, by and large, are not aligned to the overall tone of the Metroid franchise. You've probably seen Miles' introduction already. Here's another one for Private Armstrong. Show him, Stu.
Samus, it's really you. I don't even know what to say. Is this a new suit? It's amazing. I love it. I love it so much. Yes, sir. Right, sorry. Private First Class Nora Armstrong.
So,
what is so bad about
now you can see it's not just Miles fangirling out.
Okay. So that's the thing. Like, you have 2 cutscenes where this happens, and Skill Up tries to play it off as if the entire game is like that, and it just isn't true, like, at all. Like, you can even go back and like talk to Nora on the base, and she doesn't freak out about you like that often. Eventually, she gets used to to the fact that you're there, but
There's also a commander dude who's like Sergeant Johnson from Halo, but without anywhere near as much sauce, though to be fair, few humans, alive or dead, have as much sauce as Johnson had. There's a robot companion who, well, he's kind of just a robot really. There's one character who's a sniper, and he's actually pretty good, and he feels like he fits the game because he isn't trying to get Samus's autograph or some shit. Like, he's a proper warrior, and he's seen shit, and if the cast of characters was more like this, I could have seen it working, but seeing Samus babysit these fangirling dweebs just doesn't sit right.
Corporal Rigert Tokabi, Fed Sniper, Herc Unit Delta. It's good to finally cross paths with you, but tell me, where are we?
The crew is meant to be an emotional linchpin for the game, one that's leaned on pretty heavily and pretty often, but it doesn't work because Samus doesn't talk, and I don't want to get into a massive debate about the narrative effectiveness of the silent protagonist, so all I'll say is that sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Here, it doesn't work. There are too many lines of lighthearted dialogue for Samus's brooding silence to come off as anything other than weird, and if the goal was to get me believing that there's some camaraderie between these people, then Samus needed to at least offer the odd please or thank you in pivotal moments, or something, anything more than just a barely perceptible nod of the head every 2 hours.
Glad you made it out. Thank you. Anyway, we could use a breather.
So these characters don't really fit with the sort of vibe that you want to experience in a Metroid game, but their most disruptive quality is what a nuisance they are in gameplay scenarios or in open world sequences. When fighting alongside them, they mostly just die and you have to spend valuable time resurrecting them, otherwise you get pushed to the game over screen. When you're exploring the desert and you're unsure where to go next, Miles will chime in by saying something vague like, maybe you should go back to somewhere you've been before and try out that new upgrade, which is not helpful because it's not specific. Or he'll say, you should go to this specific place to use that new upgrade, which I don't want him to do because I want to figure it out for myself. There's no option.
wait, so you were legit gonna complain about Miles not being helped? Like, again, I've seen so many people do this, and this double standard like really gets my goat. Like every single time, like, well, I don't want to be handheld, but why isn't Miles helping me? Like, I have seen this several times over the past couple of days, and it is embarrassing how frequent it is.
To turn him off, and oh my god, by the end of the game, when I'm forced to drive around the desert for an hour collecting green crystals, Miles calls me up every 10 minutes, being like, hey man, don't forget green crystals, collect them, and then bring them back to base camp so you can grow the memory fruit, okay? And I'm just like, dude, shut up! Just shut up! What do you think I've been doing for the past hour, my dude? Please launch yourself into the sun. So, while the overall mystery of this planet is compelling and well told owing to its subtlety, the rest of the narrative falls very flat indeed. Salix is just a recurring mini-boss. I wouldn't even call him a villain, honestly. I think that assigns too much intent to him. The broader cast is a playful collection
Too much intent? Like, he has a plan. You know, he has he came after you. Like, he was, he got all the, oh, come on. What?
Trophy stereotypes who are an ill fit for this franchise, and Samus's inability to meet them at their conversation level makes it feel like either they or Samus wandered into the wrong game. But given that Samus's picture is on the box, it's probably them. Cap it off with some frustratingly pointless or overly prescriptive radio chatter, and you've got a narrative and cast that undermine the overall experience rather than enhance it.
Yeah, that's wrong.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about Metroidvania design here and how much it's evolved over the past 2 decades, and the fact that Metroid Prime 4 reflects none of that evolution. I know some people are going to be like, you're just reviewing the game that you wanted it to be rather than the game that it is, because I get that feedback all the time. So let's just tick the box of reviewing the game for what it is. Metroid Prime 4 sees you visit 5 main dungeons to collect many of the same upgrades that you could get in previous games. Double jump, grapple, stronger missiles, elemental weapons, a morph ball that can stick to stuff, etc. You get them in the exact same way by exploring levels and defeating bosses. The level design is similar to the previous games, very linear, gated off by the necessary upgrades. Combat is identical to the previous games. All of this stuff works, and no parts of the core formula have evolved.
No, it's quite a bit different actually. Like, they changed the way the strafing works, and there are lots of instances where it felt like more evolved than the first 3. The big thing that comes to me is like how often I used the morph ball to dodge attacks. That's not really something you did in the first 3.
Since the original trilogy back in the GameCube era. So similar to what I said in the intro, if you enjoyed that formula and you're looking to experience it again only with some annoying bullshit bolted onto it, then Metroid Prime 4 will make you happy. And I want to be super clear about that. So with all that out the way, I'd like to talk about how little this formula has evolved here in Metroid Prime 4 and its unwillingness to solve entrenched issues baked into that formula, and how I don't think that any of this is to the game's benefit. Because let's not forget, there can be benefit to sticking with what is old. Think of the entire boomer shooter genre. Think of vanilla WoW. Sometimes all the stuff that gets piled on top of an idea is unnecessary, or it dilutes the core premise, and experiences that recenter that original premise, warts and all, can really work. But I don't think that the Metroidvania genre has become cluttered over the years. Rather, I think it's been refined and improved, and I think that Metroid Prime 4 would have been a
improved. Yeah, is that why Super is still the all-time GOAT? You know, like really like I get this is a really common thing with like these YouTubers. They really want to act as if like these random indie like Metroid likes are on par with Metroid. They're just not. Like he's gonna compare this a lot to Silksong, I'm sure. Silksong does not have the production values of Prime 4. It doesn't have the ability to create a fully 3D environment. You know, things that you kind of take for granted when it comes to a bigger budget game. But like Prime 4 is doing things that Silksong never will, honestly. And that's something that I think a lot of these people really need to acknowledge, is that like Silksong just isn't competitive with these big AAA games. Like it cannot create a 3D Metroid-like.
vastly better game had it reflected some of those refinements and improvements. Metroidvania as a concept has a few different buckets: exploration through interconnected worlds, power-ups that let you push through those connections, and combat. It's probably good to look at Metroid Prime 4 using those same buckets. Exploration. It's a key word when we think Metroidvanias. We picture a large map that's all gated off by necessary power-ups, and within each zone there are plenty of secrets to find, be they optional boss encounters or story nuggets or currencies or even ancillary upgrades. I don't think that exploration is a particularly helpful word when we're talking about Metroid Prime 4. Generously, you could say that you are exploring.
So the thing about Prime 4 that's interesting is that you're exploring, but in a smaller space. So like when you're in the ice belt, like you have to comb like every single room to find like hidden pipes that you can go into, and like the keys and like all this stuff. Like it's really interesting like how often in this game you kind of have to like look at every nook and cranny to see how to advance. Like I think in the first 3, like how to progress was a lot more streamlined. Like that's the interesting thing about this, is that like the level design feels a lot more organic, and you have to explore like smaller areas to figure out where you're supposed to go next. But
this world because you are moving through space. But when we think Metroidvania exploration in 2025, we imagine that you're going to be able to choose where you go in a given moment, that we might choose one pathway that leads us to one destination, and then we need to remember to go back to that other pathway at some point because it too has something waiting for us. Metroid Prime 4 doesn't do that, despite it being a world connected.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. There were plenty of times where I went back to old areas to get to a place that I wasn't able to go to originally. Like there are lots of occasions like that.
Via a vast desert hub. Each of the 5 dungeons must be done in a very specific order. The dungeons themselves are strictly linear. There is no choice involved in how you move through them. The collectible upgrades, like more health or missile reserves that are available throughout the levels, aren't really hidden. They're usually just there, and it's a simple question of whether or not you have the requisite power upgrade to be able to obtain them. Even things like the puzzle solving are kept to a real minimum here. There is some of it, absolutely, but I would say like 85% of the time, the puzzle is basically just, do you have the upgrade? I'll put it this way, there was 0 moments in this game where I was like, oh, whoa, didn't expect to stumble on this. 0 moments of surprise where I even had the chance to be curious, because everything...
Okay. Like, I'm just gonna give an example. The fire boss, right? Like Frenos or whatever. Like, I remember when I knocked it out and I had to like shoot it with the control beam, go inside its mouth and like hit its like internal organs. Like that was awesome. I have never seen anything like that in any game ever. And this guy is gonna sit here and say that like, oh, I couldn't figure this out. Like, oh, I figured everything out. It was exactly like the old games. No, it wasn't.
It was so linear and so leveraged into the need to have the right power up. And so at this point, you might be thinking, bro, that's Metroid Prime. That's how it's always been. And I'm like, yeah, that's my point. I've already done this. I did it 2 decades ago.
So you were never a fan of Metroid Prime, okay? Like this is the reoccurring thing you see with these people, is that like, oh, it's just like the old ones. Like, yeah, so it's like it's such a non-complaint, and yet it's been so consistent. in that regard. You just cannot take it seriously.
Then I think of Hollow Knight and Animal Well and Guacamelee and Ori and Prey and so many other games.
All
I think
those
it would have been
all those games were lesser than this.
cool for Metroid Prime 4's exploration model to have evolved somewhat, because plenty of other games in the past 2 decades have provided a template in both 2D and 3D. It's not even about the innovation imperative, it's the simple fact that I would have loved to have experienced a Metroid Prime world.
You know, I love how he's not comparing this to Dread. He's comparing this to fucking Animal Well. Like, you know, if someone brings up Animal Well, I just assume they're a pleb. Like, nobody talks about Animal Well. Nobody cares about it. Donkey's never going to sponsor your show. Like, shut up. Like, I never want to hear about Animal Well ever.
That I could freely explore and that would reward my curiosity. I think the game could have survived this had its Metroidvania upgrade system been refreshed, but I actually think this is the game's biggest core weakness. Like, the desert really sucks, but it's kind of ancillary. The bigger issue is the game's approach to power-ups. So first of all, you get a double jump and a grapple and a stronger morph bomb and stronger rockets, etc. from a basic design.
I actually do agree with this. This is something I was saying throughout my playthrough, is that, like, I felt like there weren't enough, like, new innovative power-ups. But for me, like, I feel like this was just them trying something a little bit different and experimenting with new things and, like, kind of expanding her established movesets. Because, like, they're all, like, old power-ups, and yet they all have, like, additional capabilities that she didn't have traditionally. So it's kind of weird in that sense. But, like, I think that was a deliberate design decision. Like, they deliberately wanted to, like, expand her traditional moveset and, like, give them, like, fun little twists. And like, I think it works. Like, I can argue that the old model is better, but I think for this installment, it's perfectly fine. It's not offensive or anything.
Perspective, like, we've waited 2 decades for this. Maybe we start with the double jump and then you give us an upgrade that actually makes it cool or interesting in some way. And that last part really matters, I think. Modern Metroidvania design gives you upgrades that have multiple layers of utility, so that the double jump you get can also be used to unlock a new combat maneuver, or there's some mechanical flourish to the way that double jump works, so that it becomes a skill check that facilitates new exploration or traversal challenges. But the double jump in Metroid Prime 4 has no utility in combat other than letting you dodge some boss attacks. There's no—
Oh wow, no utility in combat other than the dodging boss attack. Like, that's a core aspect of the game, you fucking dipshit. What is he talking about anyway? Like, the platforming in Silksong is garbage. Like, is he really going to sit there and try and say that, like, actually, Silksong's platforming was the best thing about it? No, actually, the platforming is what killed the game.
Mechanical depth to it that might be tested in a platforming challenge. In fact, I can recall one platforming sequence in this entire game. So why did I get a double jump? Well, I got it because there are ledges in certain places that are too high to reach with one jump, so I needed a second. And that's it. That's all it is. Same could be said for basically every other upgrade. I got a lasso thing that I can use to pull things off doors or whatever, and I can use it against one enemy type who appears in one specific location.
You use the psychic lasso against the final boss. It's, like, critical for that fight. What are you talking about? Did he even beat it? Because, like, the things he's saying make it sound like he didn't actually beat it. You know, like the Silex thing, this, like, what do you mean? The psychic lasso, you only use it against one enemy type. Like, you use that thing more than I think any other power-up. Like, what are you talking about?
Very rarely, and then I can use it during one boss battle, and that's it. I think the biggest advancement that the Metroidvania genre has made in the past 2 decades is that upgrades have utility beyond their function as just keys. They enrich moment-to-moment gameplay, they deepen the combat sandbox, they facilitate more challenging and engaging level design. Metroid Prime 4's upgrades do not do this except in the most limited, almost tokenistic capacity. Combat is the last major bucket, and I'll say what I said in the preview, which is that combat in a Metroid Prime game feels good, because it's good to have that old school flair which holds up all these years later, especially because they don't make shooters that feel like this anymore. So I did enjoy fighting stuff as Samus, absolutely, but that enjoyment was similar to those other buckets where I'm like, this is fine, but, like, surely we can do better than this all these years later, right? Much of it comes down to a severe lack of enemy variety. There are only 2 main enemies in this entire game, I think. There are the Griever enemies, which just kind of leap.
No, that is not true in the slightest. This game has plenty of enemy variety. I would argue they use the Grievers, like, too much, But like, yeah, to say that like there's only 2 enemy types is just completely wrong. Like completely wrong.
Or spit acid. There's robots, and there is some variance to them, but they all feel very similar despite these variances. There are some smaller bugs and drones you fight, but they aren't really much of a challenge. Overall, it's extremely limited, and if you had unique enemies in each major dungeon who had to be taken down using the new upgrades you just acquired, that could have gone a long way to enriching the combat sandbox. But as it is, it feels like you're fighting the same 2 enemies over and over again in the exact same way every single time for the game's full duration. So in summary, I think that the exploration is really limited, and I wouldn't even really call it exploration, to be honest. I think that the Metroidvania upgrades are old and boring, and they function more as keys than as things that might enrich the overall gameplay experience. And I think the combat feels good, but it's really one note, owing to those Metroidvania unlocks having no real bearing on the combat sandbox and owing to a lack of enemy variety. Separate to all of that stuff, I think Metroid Prime 4 had a chance to tidy up some of the relics of the Prime franchise's approach to things, and it didn't do that. In fact, sometimes it made things worse. Scanning is a good example. So to get 100% completion in this game, you need to scan everything, and even if that isn't your goal, you still need to scan stuff in order to progress, because that's how you figure out what to do. But so much is scannable that doesn't need to be scannable. Like, if it's a door that works like every other door, why is it necessary for me to scan it again? If it's a control panel that doesn't do anything, why do I need to scan it? The answer is that Retro uses these scans as a way to tell the story, and honestly, I agree with that goal, and I think it's a cool approach, but so often I'm like, come on man, that didn't really need to be a scannable thing. That flavor text was not worth it. I'm not saying get rid of scanning, because I like scanning, but you could have dialed back the amount of scannable objects by like 50%, and the game would have been better for it. Backtracking is another issue here. To be clear, there isn't a huge amount of it, but it's made worse by the structure of this game and how painfully slow it is to get to your actual destination. So the way this game is bolted together is super weird. There's a big desert in the middle and it connects the 5 major dungeons, but it's the connection to those dungeons that's the weird part, since there's an approach where you can only drive your bike slowly, and then there's some sort of lift or launcher or tram or something or other that triggers a loading sequence, and then there's this sort of like antechamber area where you have to approach the dungeon, and these spaces can be really long and full of nothing, particularly the one in the ice dungeon. And then after you've done all that, you're finally at your destination. It's just minutes of dead time with nothing going on after minutes spent driving through the empty desert with nothing to see or do. You're forced to go back to Miles every time you finish a dungeon, and it's so pointless. All he does is spout some technobabble while he enables some upgrade you found, and the whole time you just think to yourself, dude, this could have been an email. And like I said, the backtracking through dungeons is pretty minimal, but it's also just not interesting. Like, good backtracking in a Metroidvania game will see you looking at those old spaces with new eyes, since you now have new capabilities that allow you to do.
Yeah, that happens all the time in Prime 4. You know, the ice belt sequence where you start like where you start melting the environment, like that bit in Flare Pool where you have to do the escape sequence and save Duke and Armstrong. Like, there are plenty of sequences like that. I don't know what he's talking about.
New things that you couldn't do before. But here it's just like, well, that door required the electro beam upgrade, and you now have the electro beam upgrade, so you can progress through that door to collect your 10 extra missile reserves. And that's another thing, the consumable upgrades in Metro Prime 4 are terrible. Like, you have these elemental weapons that you don't use all that much, and yet most of the upgrades give you more ammo reserves. By the end, I had 200 elemental rounds, and I'm like, I don't need that many, so why would I go across the map to go through all of these boring loading sequences to get 10 more rounds? Like, what's the actual incentive here? And the timing of these upgrades also sucks. I remember at one point I found a little shrine thing in the desert, and it was locked behind the electro beam upgrade. And that's the last beam upgrade you get, by the way, so it's close-ish to the end of the game. So even if I had discovered this shrine earlier, I couldn't have opened it. So I do this shrine, and it awards me an upgrade to my frost beam cannon that lets me charge it for a more powerful effect. And my first thought was, dude, I'm about to finish this game. Why would you give this to me now? I can't use it. At the very end of the—
Wow, did you not play the original Metroid Prime? Like, they're giving you the overpowered like super upgrades to your established moveset. Like, it's no different than how Prime did it.
Game when I was forced to collect green crystals, more on that in a second, I handed them in only to be awarded with my first upgrade for my beam cannon, like my main weapon. And I was like, okay, I really would have liked that 12 hours ago. That would have been a use.
So you have access to the green emeralds immediately. Like, you're supposed to be doing it throughout the game, and it's just nobody does it. Like, I don't know, like, what exactly the reason behind it is, but nobody seems to like be upgrading the emeralds the way they're supposed to. Like it's
full upgrade, but now it's just frustrating to know that I went an entire playthrough shooting stuff for longer than I had to, while the solution to that problem was hiding behind the single most boring and loathsome task in this entire game, namely driving around this god-awful desert smashing into green crystals. So things like scanning, backtracking, the value of upgrades, the timing of upgrades, all of these things needed major rework because they just feel so first pass. Like Retro put this stuff in and they didn't have time to properly test and refine it. It just feels so messy, and coupled with the lack of innovation in the core loop, you can absolutely see the scars on this thing inflicted by that troubled development cycle. But no more is that evident than with things like the bike and the desert and the game's thoroughly disappointing conclusion.
Oh, the ending was awesome. What are you talking about? That ending was phenomenal. What are you talking? Like, okay, this is something that I think a lot of people haven't been talking about, but I would argue the ending to this game is the best we've ever seen out of any Metroid Prime game. Like, I would say bar none, that's the best ending sequence I've ever seen. I was like tearing up looking at it. That might be something I talk about in the future, actually. How good this ending actually was, but.
The bike. Where to begin with this? So the bike, Viola, is something you get during your second dungeon. That dungeon actually includes a racetrack that teaches you how to use Viola. It's things like a slide boost attack that you never really use, and the ability to fling a projectile.
Never really use. Yeah, you have to use it against the that giant optional boss thing that ate the mech part. So no, that's wrong.
Viola is used throughout the game in different ways, crossing the desert mainly, but also 2 boss encounters. There's nothing inherently wrong with Viola, to be honest with you. It's the fact that it's so inherently tied to being in the desert that's the problem. Viola becomes guilty by association more than anything else. This desert is like top 5 most hated places I've ever been in a video game, for real. I honestly can't believe that it made it into a first-party flagship Nintendo game in 2025. I truly can't. I've seen it compared to Ocarina of Time's Hyrule Field, and to that I say, get Hyrule Field's name out your goddamn mouth. That was and is still a beautiful space. It had cleverly hidden secrets, it had a variety of enemies, it had NPCs journeying through it, it had a day-night cycle. In contrast, the desert in Metroid Prime 4 is ugly as sin. Its secrets, if you can even call them that, are just shrines and wreckages that you can just drive up to. It has 2 enemy types, both of which are nothing more than an annoyance. It has 0 NPCs moving through it. It has no night cycle, so it always looks the same.
You had to fight Takabi that one time.
Incredible that something as drab and lifeless and boring and empty and sterile as this made its way into this game. It has no redeeming qualities whatsoever. But you know what it does have? Green crystals. And I guess this is where I should tell the full story. By the way, no spoilers, don't worry, and you honestly want to hear this if you were going to play this game, because you don't want to go through what I went through. So, after you complete the 5 dungeons, the game says, okay, time to get off this rock. And to do that, you need to access a tower at the center of the map, which is protected by a force field. The thing you need to deactivate the force field has to be built, and most of the components you need to do that are strewn about the desert. So because I never explored the desert because I hated being in it, I had to do that exploration at the end of the game so I could find these components. And that involved just driving around this desert for like 45 minutes or more. So I did that to get all the components. And while I'm doing that, Miles chimes in every now and then being like, hey, don't forget your green crystals. And I'm sort of ignoring him because the green crystals are just things that you smash into as you're driving around, and the game never really told me what I would get for collecting these crystals, and I saw this progress bar in the menu that was so incomplete when I was just about to finish the game that I thought to myself, there's no way the game actually wants me to collect these things. Surely that's just like a completionist thing, right? No, it is not. After you have built what needs to be built to bring down the force field, the Sergeant Johnson dude, he's like, okay, now we just need the memory fruit and we're good to go. And I'm like, whoa, hold up. First of all, how do you even know what that thing is? Since that's something that only the alien dude that I speak to really cares about. And second, why do you care if we have it or not if your goal is just to get your squad off this planet? But more importantly, are you really about to make me go out and smash into green crystals in the desert until this progress bar is full? Are you really gonna make me do that? The answer was yes. And then I spent more than an hour driving laps around this desert, smashing into crystals, because that is what Retro thought would be a good use of my time. After I had completed 5 dungeons and after I had assembled this force field machine thing, they really believed that it was important for me to drive around one of the worst open world hub areas I've ever experienced for more than an hour, smashing into green crystals. And then when you do that and you do access this tower, there's nothing in it. It's just a bunch of elevators and then the boss encounter, and it's like, that's it. And then, oh my god. Okay, so the final boss, again, no spoilers, I beat him, and then the game asked me to press a prompt in a pivotal cutscene style moment, and I don't want to press it because it looks like it's a choice, and I figured that if I don't press that button, something cool is going to happen. But what actually happens is that its mission failed, and I get pushed to the game over screen, and then I have to fight the final boss again. There was no checkpoint after I beat him, so I have to do it again because I was stupid enough to think that this cutscene moment might have given me some agency.
That isn't true. It would have started after the checkpoint. That's completely wrong. That can't be true. It wouldn't have.
When really it was just completely pointless. So to you, dear viewer, I impart the following advice. You better smash those green crystals throughout your playthrough, and you better press that goddamn button when the time comes. Did my frustrations with these final hours spoil the overall Metroid Prime 4 experience? Undoubtedly, yes, to a degree. After wrapping those 5 dungeons, I was like, well, I didn't love this, but it's still a Metroid Prime game, and while it isn't doing anything new, it's holding close enough to a tried and true formula.
So he's basically saying the only real problem with it is the green crystals, and that's 90% just people like not understanding that it's important. Like honestly, they could probably just fix this with a patch and like remind you how important it is. But
I probably would have just titled this video review instead of do not recommend. Those final hours, man, they forced me to spend prolonged amounts of time in one of the worst open world hubs I've ever experienced, and they forced me to explore it thoroughly against my will, and then it thrust me back out there to do one of the most mind-numbingly inane tasks I can recall any video game asking me to do in the last, I don't know, like decade. Like, how did this make it into the game? How did Nintendo look at this and think, yep, that hits our quality bar, ship it? And then to unlock this disappointing final location, which stood tall in the middle of the map the entire game, and you always imagine that it'd be really cool to get in there and whatever, but nothing happens in there, man. It's just elevators and then the boss and this cutscene prompt thing.
You were in there already at the beginning of the game.
So yeah, this stuff definitely pushed me over the edge, for sure. But not because those hours themselves were so bad, though they were, but because they prompted like a deeper reflection on the whole package. Psylocke remains MIA almost the entire playthrough, so this game has no villain. Companions are awkward, and hearing Miles yap at you over comms, reminding you to do something you were already doing, is annoying. After I had fully explored—
Well, you clearly weren't paying attention to him, otherwise you would have known about the green crystals.
Desert and collected all the force field machine components from the wreckage strewn about, I met the hunter dude at a campfire, and while we're chatting, he says to me, "Hey, did you know there are wreckages strewn about the desert?" And I'm like, am I being punked right now? Like, I just spoke to you at the team's base camp about the fact that I collected all the pieces from the wreckages. Like, what is going on? Then there's the weird way the desert is connected to the dungeons with these lengthy stretches of hallways and loading screens, and chancing upon some new collectible kept giving me resources that I didn't need or that I no longer had the chance to use because the game was basically over. This game famously switched development teams 8 years ago, and now in the lead up to its release, the first new Metroid Prime game in 18 years got a brief trailer in the middle of a Nintendo Direct, whereas Sakurai hosted 2 Directs for Kirby's Air Riders, both of them nearly an hour long, and that is a game that you play with one button. I think there was a reason Nintendo didn't throw their weight behind this one. I think there was a reason the previews didn't show off any of the Viola or Desert gameplay. I think Nintendo knew what sort of game they had on their hands here as they approached the launch, and I think that after so much money spent developing it, they just wanted to get it out despite the very obvious flaws and shortcomings it suffers from. I wish I could say that it's good enough, but frankly, I don't think that it is. I don't think it hits the sort of quality bar that we've come to expect from Nintendo, and I don't think you should go out of your way to play this one.
Yeah, so it's just a complete cope, yeah, people were really like exaggerating with this one, like, oh, he really showed them, and no, not really. Okay, so final thoughts on that video. Yeah, a complete nothing burger. It's just him like complaining about the emeralds, which will be easily avoidable on like repeat playthroughs, even if they don't patch it. Like, I do kind of agree it is kind of ridiculous. I do agree the game was kind of rushed. I do agree that there were like problems with the game, but like to say it's straight up bad, I think is just not true. Like, I enjoyed my time with this one, and Skill Up is a complete shill. Thank you for watching. I can't believe it took 45 minutes to record that. Holy fucking shit. I really should do my video, my review here soon, probably tomorrow. Let's see here. I gotta get my thumbnail made. Okay.
Hello.
The ideas. Okay.
For a record 6 years.
Where's this thumbnail? Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, DSP was okay. Yeah, that was the video that everyone was saying destroyed this game too, and it was just a giant nothing burger. I've been saying this a lot, but it feels like the criticisms towards this game have no weight to them. I saw that side scrollers has backtracked it. Craig is playing it today. So so I'm actually going to see a lot more of that over the next couple of days. Like, the fact of the matter is, the people who are really seething about this aren't Nintendo fans anyway, and like it's just like nobody's gonna listen or pay attention to them. Let's see. And I hate it when I have to upload videos during streams. But yeah, I'll have to, like, man, I don't know when I'm gonna be able to get around to doing my own review. I have like the Luigi's to do, and just I might like take some time tomorrow to do it. Maybe I'll just end the stream early tonight and do it. I've already been streaming for 3 hours and I'm kind of worn out, so maybe taking a break and then. Okay. All right. Are we getting back to it? Sorry, I haven't been paying attention to paying attention to the chat. Hang on, let me look. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, I don't. I've seen so many lies about like Metroid Prime 4 over the past couple of days. My honest opinion is that I don't think the skill up video is that bad. But what you have to understand is that like I've been seeing people like you know like Broken Games talk about it who are like very clearly extremely biased. So yeah, I think I'm gonna go back to Metroid Prime and Metroid Prime 4 and like get all the scan logs, um, and go for 100% completion. I wasn't planning on doing that, but like seeing that it has multiple endings, I don't know. Maybe I am done with it. Maybe I'll do it on like a repeat playthrough. I don't know. I mean, the reason I wanted to get the true ending was because I assumed that you'd be able to save the you'd be able to save your guys, but like no, they legit die canonically. Like there's nothing you can fucking do. Like after everything you did, wow, that's crazy. That is crazy. Okay. We have enough space for that, don't we? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I've been shooting for 4 hours, so I guess it's about time for me to eat something again. I think I'm gonna take a bit of a break and then come back to it. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna play Metroid Prime 4 again tonight. I don't think so. I think I do want to go through it again and get the scan logs because I do think one of the things that's interesting about this is how much of like there's this huge divide between people who think the game has a bad story and those who think it's not very good. Those who really like it. I think the difference hinges on whether or not you've been scanning everything, because like that's the one thing I noticed in the skill up review. Like he specifically says you're supposed to scan everything to get the story, and I kind of was just like, yeah, like I wasn't doing that because that's not how it worked in the original Prime games. You would scan like the critical information, right? So in this, like you're supposed to scan everything to get a sense of the world building and what's going on. So I think maybe that's something I really want to do is like figuring out like the plot more. Because I had a pretty good handle on like the ending and like some of the things about the Lamorne being the grievers, but like I think I missed on like a lot of things. So I think I am going to go back to it at some point, but I think we're just gonna casually play it for the rest of the year until we 100% it. Uh And then we'll try and get the true ending. I don't think I'm gonna pick up the Silex amiibo. I'm not super interested. I mean, I don't. I kind of want to, but like all it unlocks is like the true ending without having to 100% everything. So, okay. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna. I think I'm just gonna boot up my old file and just like do normal mode, and then when I come back to it, like I'll 100% it. I'll do hard mode. But yeah, I think we're gonna keep playing it. I think I want to keep playing the file I was on. Okay. So what's next? What's next on the agenda? I guess we're going back to Final Fantasy Tactics. I wanted to do the Greatest Attorney, honestly. Yeah, the Greatest Attorney, and then Final Fantasy Tactics, and then Air Riders when it's done. I think our next focus is going to be on getting Air Riders single player mode done. There have been so many times where I wanted to like play Air Riders over the past couple of days, so I've been really anxious to get back to it. But yeah, now that I'm done with Prime 4, I think I can justify it. But man, I just have too many games to get through. I really do want to take a break. I really want to get to the point where I'm streaming one game at a time. But like right now, I'm just like I'm so like all over the place. Okay, so I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna recover, watch some anime, eat a little bit, and I will see you all later. All right. Oh, did not turn the light off. Okay. Samus is sexier than Lara Croft. 100%. 100%. She's less of a hoe too. Okay. Mhm. Yeah. What was he coming here today? Go to London. Hold it. What? Gregson. Okay, so we're gearing up for the trial. Really? Oh wow, is he gonna be the prosecutor of the final trial? like you. I mean, I wish we had seen it. Like, we barely saw them interact. Okay. Oh, wow. Integrity is a lawyer. Aw. No jury. Oh, wow. What does the Redheaded League have to do with this? You're hired for a good lawyer, sir. Mr. Sholmes. Okay. Gina. What's with the armbands? Like, what killed the boss? God help him. Ah. Aw. She's so sad. Okay. Yeah, this should be like a great like closing everything out case, and yet I don't know. I'm definitely more into it than I was the last one. The last two cases were just terrible. So this might be the best case of the game so far. I mean, Ace Attorney games tend to pick up towards the end. Even the bad ones tend to have pretty good final cases. So. So me versus a Sogi. The Japanese are taking over this courtroom. By Her Majesty's direct orders. The Queen did this? Ah. Oh wow. uh, I'm surprised he didn't bring up the fact that like Japanese people were taking over the courtroom. On Fresno Street. Why is this only just now coming up? That's circumstantial. That's circumstantial. Okay. Da, 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 da. It's always weird when the defendant is the first to take the stand. Let's see. Ooh. Does that keep track of when your guys die? I'm yawning. I'm yawning a lot, so I think I am just gonna call it quits for now. I mean, it's been a 5 hour long stream. I mean, I took a break, but it seems kind of early. I don't know. I kind of like starting around 5. I thought that was a pretty good time to start, but I don't know. Oh. 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 These guys are in Kirby Air Riders. Ugh. What Nabbit? What's Nabbit doing in here? What's this thing? Yeah, Jet? That's Jet, really? Oh. Uh, I'm starting to get the hang of it at least. I love the design of the Wisp. Do you even get plasma in for ingredients? Okay, okay. Okay. That'd be the best, one of the better runs I've ever had. I mean, the secret is just like playing really conservatively. I think. I better. You got me with Rocky, but yeah, if we could beat it tonight, that'd be sick. But I don't know how likely that is. Oh, come on! I had him! Ah, Xenoblade's one of the harder ones. Shit. I'm sorry, I hit her. It's a girl. Uh. I mean, we're getting there. One of these days I'll beat it. I'm curious at what point they're going to release Superstar Ultra. Yeah, because that's my preferred version for sure. Okay. Yeah, I feel just kind of sleepy. I mean, I beat Prime 4. That's something, right? Man, I really don't want to end the stream because I have such a great audience, but it's just, I don't know. I'm just so tired. It's very unfortunate, but yeah, I think I'm just gonna call it quits for now. Okay, so I think tomorrow we're gonna go back to Air Riders. We're gonna go back to Final Fantasy Tactics, back to the Great Ace Attorney. Honestly, I think I kind of want to like blast through the rest of the Great Ace Attorney because we're surely getting close to the end. So. Oh. Man, I really don't want to end the stream. I want to keep playing, but I'm just so worn out. I mean, I guess even like big streamers only stream 8 hours a day and probably take breaks. Like 5 hours a day is fine. It's like, man, I remember when I would stream like 12 hours a day consistently. Well, to be fair though, that was back when I wasn't like streaming every day. I mean, I guess I could just like take a nap and then come back on late tonight. I don't know. Yeah, honestly, I should probably, yeah, maybe I should just end the stream, like take a break, and then like do some video editing and get the Metroid Prime 4 video out. Yeah, that's probably what I should be doing. Is getting my review done, which I have not done yet. my next car gonna be? Oh, the bomb is the ideal. Okay, I was like, yeah, the bomb's the way to go for this one. Okay. It's weird how you have to like relearn all these bosses because you beat them already. Because none of them are that hard, really. But when you're doing them in a gauntlet like this, it gets kind of challenging. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it quits for now. I'm gonna get started on like all the videos I need to put out this week. There's a lot of shit I need to do, so I really do need to buckle down and do that. So yeah, thank you all for tuning in, and I will see you all next time. Thank you.